Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this. Yeah. So thanks for that, Nintendo, for shutting down Citra for no good reason. And I stand by that. You want to shut down Yuzu? At least I can understand why, even though I still don't agree with it. But why did you have to shut down Citra? Citra was fine. Citra was good. Not as good as that artwork that you were showing me, but still good. Welcome to Samus Returns. It is still possible to get Citra, the latest build, which I can even tell you the exact number of, because the final nightly build was 2798. I should know, I'm using it. Anyways, this one we actually have a bit to talk about, because, well, this is the headphone being knocked out of my ear. This is the last recent Other M bombed, right? So other M went, and nobody was super happy about that, and that was just how it was. There was nothing we could do about it. So Other M kind of bombed, creatively, of course, but even financially, Other M was not a good success, especially since Other M was, remember, expensive. 3 studios, 3 separate studios, and 2 hours of CGI cutscenes. Yeah. So, as a direct consequence of this, nobody in Nintendo was really interested in touching Metroid for a while, including Sakamoto himself, who went on to do his usual Wario and WarioWare type little minigame stuff, which he was perfectly happy doing for quite some time. Then something interesting happened. There's a company, excuse me, it's a company called Mercury Steam. Now, Mercury Steam, well, they're the worst possible group to do a Metroid game, right? I mean, logically, because they hadn't done a lot of games prior to this, and they did 2 games, both of which sucked and did not sell well. That would be, and I gotta write down the names because I keep forgetting, but it's Mirrors of Fate, which was the 3DS Gaiden thing for the Lords of Shadow series, and Lords of Shadow 2. 2 games that did so badly, the Castlevania franchise died with them. No, seriously, hasn't come back since. Look it up. Castlevania died with them. And so, yeah. They were, that didn't go well. So nobody, they were just, it's a Spanish studio, and they were kind of like, well, shoot, now what? Oh, they wouldn't be Lamentations, no, they're just not good, is how I would phrase that. But anyways, so they're doing their own thing over there, and they reached out to Nintendo on their own initiative, and they had a pitch for a brand new Metroid game on the Wii U. Now, Nintendo said, no! And it's understandable why. After the financial disaster of Other M, they didn't even want to try something like having an unproven studio which has 2 failures under its belt. And, you know, they didn't want to, like, just... No. The Wii U is already not doing well. You're not doing well. You're the worst possible choice for this. Absolutely not. Now, here's the really weird part of this story. Sakamoto heard about this. Of course he did, right? Of course word is going to get around the office to him that someone pitched a new Metroid game. And he was like... So Sakamoto, independently, without like any kind of authorization from Nintendo, just reached out to Mercury Steam and said, what do you got? And so they were like, yeah, sure, no problem. Let's talk about it. And it turns out that the Mercury Steam people had some really cool and interesting ideas, some of which they had borrowed from the Lords of Shadow games they worked on, some of which they were thinking could fit Metroid, and they really wanted to push forward. They really wanted to do a story after Fusion. They wanted to push past Fusion. So Sakamoto's like, interesting. Here's the problem. And then he explained to them, from the perspective of an executive, why they were never going to get a green light for a new Metroid game. They were like, oh, okay, that sucks. So they workshopped it and said, why don't we do a remake of Fusion, right? And while we're doing a remake of Fusion, we can then set up the next game. Sakamoto, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, very correctly said, hold on, 2 problems. First, Fusion doesn't need a remake. And it doesn't. We'll be playing that game next, and I hope to demonstrate that. Fusion's just fine by itself, and is even playable on modern systems. No real benefit for doing a remake of Fusion. But you know a Metroid game that hasn't been touched, that hasn't been brought up to modern standard? Because really think about this from his perspective. By the point at which he was doing this, 1 had Zero Mission, so that was touched up. Super is fine and playable on modern systems, being ported forward and all that. At this point in history, Super was playable on the Wii U and the 3DS. The Primes were obviously just doing their own thing, and they were fine. And Fusion was good, and the end, right? So there's just one gap there, one hole, which is, of course, Metroid 2, which remained untouched back on the Game Boy. On top of that, Sakamoto himself had always wanted to work on Metroid 2. He has said in multiple interviews, and I've actually mentioned this, I'm pretty sure, that he regrets having not worked on Metroid 2 because he felt like he was missing out on what was a great game, and he wanted to have a chance to put his own stamp on that. Whether he had any humble pie as a part of the Other M situation, we'll never know, but given the results, I'd like to say that he learned at least something of a lesson. Either way, so he was like, let's do Metroid 2 instead. And this is the Force Awakens of the Metroid series. No, really, hear me out. It's a very, very safe game, designed to test the waters, in a franchise that people that kind of thought had been dying, specifically designed to be put out in a way that is guaranteed to sell. In this case, on the 3DS. Because the 3DS, the 3DS is the 3DS, and for those of you who are not aware of this, the 3DS is, if you make a game on the 3DS, it's more likely to sell than if you put it on, say, the Wii U, especially at the time. The 3DS was rather popular. Not as big as the DS, but it was big. So this was a safe bet. So Sakamoto then took this pitch, having worked with Mercury Steam for several months at this point, took the pitch back to Nintendo and said, hey, pitch. And Nintendo said, green light. So they started working on Samus Returns. And I want to really process, I need you to understand this. Whether this game is as good as AM2R or not, I'm going to say right now that this is a good game. It is. I've already played it. It is a very solid game. And that's important because by all accounts, it shouldn't be. This is such a Star Wars game. Terrible studio with a terrible track record in an era in which Metroid was doing terribly, and right after they had, of course they were already working on something, but right after they had shut down AM2R, so fan support was awful, and everybody was pissed off about Other M. Oh, I almost forgot, they also came out with Federation Force in this era, which bombed. Yeah, this whole thing, there's no way. There's absolutely no way this is going to work, right? I mean, how could a Metroid game come back and actually be worth a damn after 3 big screw-ups in a row? Now, Mr. Red says, has Mercury Steam made another game since? Yes, Metroid Dread. This was the perfect storm. This was the absolute perfect storm for a terrible game. And one last thing I don't want to mention. 2 things, actually. First, the game was very reviled when it came out. And even when I was streaming this, because if you remember, we streamed this live when it came out, I got a lot of flack in chat for people who were angry at me for liking the game because of the AM2R situation, because of Metroid in general. So, mostly, near as I can tell, that's mostly faded away a little bit. As opposed to being the noise level that it was back then. But the other interesting thing about this is one of the big things, and I know what you're going to say, that they really wanted to do, was they wanted to clean up the timeline a bit. Mercury Steam accurately pointed out, and something we have said several times through the course of these reviews, that Metroid 2 is the fulcrum of the entire Metroid timeline. 1 certainly sets the stage in several ways, and Prime does a few things over here as well. But then 2 establishes a lot of things, and 2 leads directly into Super, directly into Fusion, and directly into Dread. And I suppose Other M, while we're on the subject. So all 4 games that happen canonically after this in the timeline are all direct consequences of the events of Metroid 2. So they wanted to really polish it up a little bit, acknowledge the past a little bit more, and acknowledge the future a little bit more now that they had the advantage of hindsight. Whether they succeeded or not, that'll be something we'll have to gauge as we are here. But this includes the final boss. Please, no spoilers for those of you who haven't seen it, or have seen it, or whatever. Anyways, so, without further ado, let's go ahead and reset. Let's go ahead and actually get rid of this. Oh, and since I've already 100% of this game, that's whatever. Seriously? Whatever. Screw it. In the year 20XD5 of the cosmic calendar. Yeah, I just said that, Roman Cure. A Galactic Federation research team discovered an unknown life form on planet SR-388. While they were able to successfully obtain a living sample, the research vessel was attacked by space pirates during their voyage home. This attack was no coincidence. The space pirates had set their sights on the mysterious organisms called Metroids. They planned to replicate the sample and exploit its ability to absorb the energy of any life form. Their intention was to use Metroids as a weapon, one powerful enough to conquer the entire galaxy. To combat this threat, the Galactic Federation dispatched a lone bounty hunter to infiltrate the space pirate base on the planet Zebes. Against all odds, Samus Aran eradicated the Metroids on Zebes and defeated the Mother Brain, the leader of the space pirates, and so their sinister plans were thwarted for a time. Concerned by these developments, and by the great threat to the Metroid species still posed to the galaxy, the Galactic Federation mounted another expedition to SR-388. A special squadron of elite soldiers from the Galactic Federation Police was dispatched to investigate. The team soon went missing, but not before transmitting a small sampling of data back to headquarters. Analysis of this data confirmed a Metroid presence within the interior of the planet. So long as they continued to exist, these Metroids would forever pose a devastating threat to the galaxy. By the way, nice usage of the 3D map there. The resulting decision of the Galactic Federation Council was immediate and unanimous. Samus Aran, you must exterminate the Metroids once and for all. Considering how much they lean on cloning and genetic engineering to quota, it's not a bad thought. I mean, I like that idea, Gingaban, and if I had been designing Federation Force, I might have done that on purpose. But Federation Force was such a train wreck, even behind the scenes. Right. So I really like the brickwork of this game. I'm sorry. I do. I like... Just look at the background for a second. Just look at it. The Egyptian monoliths long since destroyed. It's actually really cool because if you pay attention, you'll see that it's not just an obelisk like you see here, but there's actually like a structure which was then stylized, which is very Chozo, isn't it? It is very Chozo style. This is especially shown in the Prime series, to have something that's functional that then is touched up to look pretty after its function has been designed, which I love the concept of. There we go. Sorry. Getting used to the controls. And I'm not going to get into the 2D versus 3D thing. I find nothing worth talking about there, so I'm just going to walk over that. So, let's jot down a couple of positives here. This is part of the It is definitely bloomy. We'll see how bad that is going forwards. I'll even jot down a note about it. Question mark. Okay. I should mention, I know you can't really see it. The map is pretty solid in this one, and in fact allows you to do things like... actually, I might not be able to do it yet. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, I see it, I see it. Wow, yeah, I can just read that easily. But, it allows you to do things like, say, this, and this. Oops, hang on. So, in addition to just being a generally decent map, it has the markers, but more than one marker. So that's cool. You can also just kind of do this in order to wipe the board and get rid of all the markers. Probably going to be some good positives to map design. I'll put some question marks there for now. Biggest one I'm concerned about is the controls. We'll get to that in a minute. There's us. Oh yeah, info in game. I know you can't read it, but it is there. Just trust me on this. We should also... Oh yeah, there's actually a... It's even better than other games because there's actually a legend which indicates what each icon says. Yeah, I can't give a negative for the fact that the 3DS is a pain in the ass to emulate. I'd love to. We have the ability to load the last checkpoint and the last save, which is actually really important. But kind of cool, and also gets across something that I was going to mention. So there is obviously saves, but there are also straight-up checkpoints. Every Metroid you enter, every Metroid you fight, has its own checkpoint, regardless of whether or not you've saved recently. And there's a couple of bosses that also have checkpoints designed into them. Good design, good checkpointing. It's not the perfectest, but it's probably single positive worthy. We'll decide on saves. You know, fair enough, Dakota. If I could just play this game on the Switch, I would have no issues. I keep hoping the Switch 2 is going to have 3DS backwards compatibility. There's no chance. Anyways, so, let's see. I believe... Hang on. I could be wrong. There was a rebinding in this one. Whatever. I think that's all the basic option stuff. Yeah, that's all we can access right now anyways. I mean, there's a lot of 3DS games that I have never played that I own. In fact, this is funny. By total coincidence, my 3DS games are right here. And there's several games here that I've always wanted to play that I've never had a chance to because 3DS. Like, I've never actually finished Kirby Planet Robobot, which I really wanted to. Luigi's Dark Moon, so Luigi's Mansion 2. I never actually get to finish Bravely Second Lair, or Ever Oasis, or River City Rival Showdown. And the one thing that would convince me to be able to do that would be being able to play this on my frickin' Switch. Anyways, moving on. Oh, yeah. So, one of the more controversial decisions of the game was to include a straight-up melee move. Now, I have no idea why that was so controversial, to be completely honest with you. And I'm going to explain why very simply. So there's this concept, which I should just call get on the damn train, because it's just such a great example of why that's a concept. It's a thing in gaming, especially in gaming, although this hits everything else, where people will commonly repeat something that's not actually true, and they'll repeat it incessantly because of it's towards the beginning of the game, and it's particularly memorable, right? The baby in Metroid Other M, which I remind you, was used 9 times in the intro, and then only 6 times for the next 14 hours. That's not really a high count, to be perfectly honest with you. But everyone repeats the baby because it was right at the beginning, and it was something that was up front and in people's faces. Same thing with Big Smoke and the trains, even though that's one tiny mission which is not that hard. Get up on the Hydra's back in Kingdom Hearts 2. You get it, right? People tend to repeat something. So the melee counter, which we're about to be tutorialized on, is something people point to this and being like, oh my god, even though actually less than half of the enemies in this game even have a melee counter thing. And yeah, I was even going to point out the fact that this attack is based directly on the smash attack of the same type. According to Mercury Steam, it's where they got the idea for it, because so I should clarify that slightly. This attack is based off of two things: the smash attack and an ability they had over in Lords of Shadow, with the game they worked on over there. I believe the 3DS version, don't quote me on that, but it was one of the two games they worked on where they had a straight up parry mechanic, and so they wanted to combine the smash attack with the parry mechanic, and that's where we get this thing. Boom. Visual storytelling. We've got the dead Federation Force guy right here, and his turret, which obviously didn't do him any good. Cool. And tutorial. So that's how the parry mechanic works. There's a flash, and there's a specific clink sound effect. And when they lunge, you do this, and it stuns them for a moment, which enables you to kill them. And also... hang on. My timing is terrible, apparently. It also auto-locks you onto the enemy for a second, if you're paying attention to that. Now, another little bit of quality of life thing. You see how that health automatically zoomed into me? I mentioned that because they liked the idea, hang on, of the charge thing from Prime, and they just made it automatic rather than making it something where you actually have to hold down the charge button. But hang on, it's actually better than that because it has a bit of a range limit, right? Unless you hold down the charge button, in which case you can now grab it from any distance. Die here. Now, of the issues I have with this game, the biggest one for me by far is actually the controls. I actually already mentioned this when I was playing this on the 3DS. It took a while for me to get used to this. See, the problem is, this is a platformer. Oh, we're actually dead. This is a platformer, which you have to play with the analog. You have to. I hate that. I hate that so much. So, as with last time, that's going to take me some getting used to. Yeah, at least I'm playing on a controller that has a real D-pad this time, unlike last time, because the 3DS's D-pad, analog. Because the 3DS's analog sucks. I don't know what you mean by that, Act. Let me try to figure out what you're talking about. You say change resolution. Help me out here. What do you want about? What do you want me to do? How do you want me to do things? Maybe the internal resolution might be what you're talking about? Sure, we'll do that. Well, that fixed the text. That's funny. Sure, we'll go with that. You know what? I'll live with it. At least I can read the damn text now. You realize it was upscaled, right? Look at 4x. Yeah, this is not upscaled. You know, now that the text is working correctly. The fact that you can't even tell the difference actually kind of makes me laugh a little bit. What company is the most anti-porting of their games? Konami. Really, the game barely looks different to me, but then again, my window is much smaller than yours. Yeah, let's try this. Boom. Let's see what this does. Ugh! Oh god, that looks terrifying. Yeah, let's see how the text is. Well, we can see the text. Let's see how it plays is the other question. Ah, text is broken down there. Oh, whatever. I wonder. Yeah, more voice. Well, that's a good question, Traxy. We'll have to decide as we go. There it is. I actually found the text filter. And that I did not turn that on for reference. That just got turned on against my will. Let's see how that feels. Yeah, I saw that Sony caved, but honestly, that's a whole lot of we'll see how that actually turns out, I think. There's one Metroid in this area. So you remember how I mentioned it's weird that killing the Metroids just happens to allow us to progress? Well, it turns out that the creators at Mercury Steam felt the same way. So they decided to bake in a lore reason for this whole thing. This is actually kind of cool in my opinion. The idea is that they deliberately seal away certain parts of the area until the Metroids that are in the current area are taken care of, in order to try and prevent contamination. So, the Chozo actually have a system baked in to prevent us from progressing, as opposed to just an earthquake happens to happen. Oh yeah, in case it's not obvious, we come with the grip baked in like that. So that's cool. Strange. And yeah, there's a lot of the models are whatever because they're limited in themselves, but you could see how a lot of effort is being put into making the background and even the foreground visually interesting and help tell the story, which is the exact definition of brickwork. So, scan pulse. This is an interesting little concept, and they actually thought about this, believe it or not. So we get a brand new kit for this called Aeon. Aeon is something that's innate to SR388, and is something that affects the planet and all the life on the planet. It's kind of a retconny reason for why the Metroids evolve the way they do here. So they decided to give us access to this Aeon, and the fact that it only works on SR388 neatly explains why we don't have any of these Aeon powers after this point in fact, because it only worked on SR388. I thought that was a nice little tidbit. So, Aeon fuels special abilities, by the way, the text is readable, like the Scan Pulse. Refill your gauge with the Aeon orbs foes may drop when you beat them or successfully parry. And in case you missed that, killing enemies obviously gives you Aeon, but parrying gives you Aeon regardless of killing. So there's another just reward mechanism for parrying. And we can read everything, so that's cool. And that's what the pulse does. Notice it reveals a nice big chunk of the map, and it shows us this kind of stuff. If I might be so bold, the Aeon Pulse is awesome. If there's one thing that Super Metroid is 100% going to get a negative for, it's being able to go vroom, 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 vroom. Hang on, let me scan. Vroom, 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 vroom. Scanning, scanning. Is there anything in this room? Scan, 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 scan. Scan. Can't move while doing this. The whole game is frozen. Oh, there's the blocks. I found the blocks. Oop. I'm telling you, we just need a Minecraft Metroid where you just tunnel your way to the boss. Oh yeah, and you can use the amiibo, which obviously I can't actually do. I have the amiibo for this game. Not because I like this game that much, because it's a really cool amiibo. There's actually two, but still. Oh, you notice the audio indicator of nearby Metroid actually gets louder and louder the closer you get to it. Nice little bit of indication of, hey, you're about to fight a Metroid. Over here. Honestly, I am curious what Mercury Steam is working on. It's been a few years since Dread came out. It's actually interesting to me because according to all the information I have, which again, grain of salt, interviews, etc., the inclusion of the melee thing had nothing to do with the excessive melee focus in Other M. It's just something that developed naturally. damn it. Timing is different. My bad. Just gonna suck here for a moment. Don't mind me. Boop. Area safe. Ultimately, I hope I'm doing at least a partially good job of explaining why I'm not anti-AM2R or anti-Samus Returns. I think both games are solid. Yeah, both. Can we have both, please? Nintendo? Can we have both? Oh, okay. Well, we have both anyways, regardless of you. Like I said, my biggest complaint, I've already given it, is the, I'm going the wrong way, is the analog for platforming. And we'll see. I got used to it last time. We'll see if I manage the same feat this time. Does Guacamelee do that, Dakota? I'm asking out of ignorance. I haven't played Guacamelee. No, it was regarding a wrestling system gig, man, because, you know, the charge beam gathers energy which is released all at once. Can be used to open charge doors. Woo! Yeah, exactly, Act. Out of date, out of touch idiots who have no idea what they're talking about and barely understand the things that they are in charge of regulating. I did miss 2 items over there, but I've already 100% of this, so I don't need 100%. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. And again, those could be good items. Fine. Really quick, really quick. They're probably just missile upgrades. But if they're an E-tank, well, we could use that. I should mention the damage in this game is pretty high, just like in Dread. I'm not sure what caused it, because interestingly enough, Breath of the Wild does the exact same thing. In the exact same way, even. Aw, damn. I think I need Wave for that. Well, I don't like to comment on situations that are still developing, but the long and the short of it is, Sony was trying to be as anti-customer as they always are. Oh yeah, wall jump is kind of weird in this one. I like the music. I don't know about you all. I think there's some solid stuff in here. Some mixes, some original work. Got a save over here. A French ad. No, I know, Fazis, I'm aware. I don't think that counts as the situation is concluded. Sorry. So, I'm firmly in the we'll see where this develops situation. Oh yeah, sorry. More visual storytelling. The rooms that have Metroids, I actually meant to mention this earlier. Every single one of them, after you kill the Metroids, normal enemies start spawning in that room. This is something that, if you remember, the original Metroid 2 kind of digged into as well, you know, with the lack of spawns in certain areas kind of thing. Same general concept. I mean, I've heard better Metroid music, but then again, I played Prime, so... That's true, I actually didn't think about that, but you're absolutely right. So, we have cleared out the Metroids in this area. May we proceed? All the hugs that there is. So, Samus is actually motion captured in this, which I think adds to it personally. There's going to be several scenes which are pretty much straight up cut scenes with no dialogue, by the way, and they convey Samus through motion, which I've been saying for a very long time is exactly how you should characterize someone like this. I'm actually really curious what we're going to think of her in Fusion. Ugh. Alright, so I need to pause, because if you're paying attention, the zone we just went through has no similarity to Zone 1, to Area 1 in the beginning, in Metroid 2 or in Metroid AM2R. No, seriously. Like, it's especially obvious if you just replayed it, like we just did. If you do a side-by-side comparison of the maps, they are completely different. I'm okay with that, obviously. I have no issues with that. Some people do. No judgment. No judgment. But a lot of people argue that this game, it no longer qualifies for being a remake, and here's the reasoning. It's because they changed things. Now, I sound dismissive there, and that's because most of the people who make that argument are idiots. But hang on. There is a argument to be made there, and it's just a bit of clarification, really. It's just something to be a little bit more distinct about our terminology. Because the argument goes that a remake should be the original, but touched up with things that don't change core, right? So a remake of Mega Man 1, to use a direct example, wouldn't change the bosses, like which bosses there were, or the general level structure, or the fact that you gain power-ups from beating bosses, or stuff like that, right? But you can change things like the controls, or maybe adding shortcuts, or maybe making more quality of life features, like being able to beam out of a stage, or being able to replay a stage, or adding new functionality, you know, stuff like that. That's something that could be a remake at that point. And then a remaster is just the original game with better graphics and maybe some touch-ups. So, it's not a bad line of thought, and I admit I've been slowly warming over to that for all, because I've always called a proper remake something that specifically changes things, that actually changes the game in several ways, to a point, to the intent of making it better. But that's just been how it's been functioning in my head for the longest time. It is only in more recent years that I have been challenged on that assertion. And thus that brings us to the next category, which is, of course, reimagining. And if you think about it, done properly, this whole gradient, reimagining could just be the farthest end of the gradient, right? We've got ports, bad ports at the bad end over here, and then we move up to good ports, and then we move up to remasters, and then good remasters, which leads us into remakes, and then good remakes, and finally reimaginings all the way at the far end. And there's nothing wrong with this, I think, and I think I might start to try to change my terminology to be a little bit more distinct about this kind of concept. Just for the sake of clarification, again. So, for comparison, this would make AM2R a remake, and Samus Returns a reimagining. That's not a negative or even a positive to either game, because both do a good job with what they do, so thumbs up in both cases. But you can see how the clarification helps to distinguish the two. As always, definitions are definitions. Now, if you'll excuse me a second, I need to jot down some thoughts. Why not, Dakota? The problem is reboot means a lot of other things. Reboot almost always means, well, you know, that's actually difficult. I don't see a lot of reboots in gaming. It's mostly the aspect of films and television. I suppose that's possible, Ed. And yeah, reboot is denial of previous continuity. Yeah, thank you. That's the thing I was trying to think of, which this isn't. This is very clearly intended to connect to Zero Mission, to Prime 3 specifically. That'll show up later. And to Super, and to Dread, and to Fusion. Speaking as someone who really liked the PS4 Ratchet & Clank game, I actually agree with you. Story-wise. I agree with you story-wise. I love the gameplay of that game so much. I look forward to replaying it someday. Thoughts. Thoughts. Well, see, that's a good point, Ross, because, like, Lufia 2R, by the way, notice all these start with R. That's on purpose on my part, because I like to just put R at the end of it for clarification, or rather lack of clarification. You know, we've got remaster, we've got remake, and we've got reimagining. Lufia 2R is definitely a reimagining. It's just a bad one. That's the problem, right? It failed. Still a reimagining, right? That ain't a remake, I'm sorry. Come on, I had thoughts, and they're gone. Right. Okay, intro. Tutorialization. I'm also going to put the scan pulse down. Refried? Rejiggered. We'll just call them rejiggered from now on, and throw all the previous conventions out the window. Twin Snakes is a weird one, because it is, I would say Twin Snakes is primarily a remake, and then occasionally just kind of, like, changes lanes, you know? And then goes back to being a remake. It's weird. Music kit, tutorialization, intro. I need to debate controls as we're going through this. Enemy design. We got to debate that as we go. I do like these alphas better than AM2Rs. Low bar, I know. And sound design, that was it. I need to look up something really quick. I apologize for being terrible. The worst. The worst. Thank you very much. I mean, FF7R1 and FF7R2 are reimaginings, but similar to the example with Twin Snakes, they actually stay in the lane of remake for most of the game. Because the bulk of the game is a remake, right? Like the day-to-day, the hour-by-hour gameplay and story is definitely remake territory. And then there's the rest of it. You know, I shouldn't say FF7R2. FF7R1, I could speak of with more authority there. Kinda, yeah. Speaking as someone who generally likes the Star Wars Special Edition and has been flamed for it for years, I think the biggest problem is that I do like a lot of the touch-ups that they did for those. I mean, the Battle of Yavin, right? The Battle of Yavin kind of sucked in the original. Let's just be honest about that. Let's just admit that. They barely knew how to model work. They were inventing a lot of camera work for the time. The touched-up CGI or more CGI-focused Battle of Yavin is just much, much better. And then there's the other things, which are not. Like, adding random wampas to the scene doesn't really change anything. Although, the most inexplicable choice that was made by far to me, and I know this is a weird one to point out, but it is the big one. It's the weird one. It's the scene in Mos Eisley when they first entering Mos Eisley. And they go into Mos Eisley and everything's cool. And a giant CGI blurry-ass thing goes right in front of the camera. George should have known better than that. He is a technical camera guy. He should have known full well that that was not going to work. It's just, God, it's awful. That's really funny, Crazy Norse. I'm surprised you didn't get Battle of Yonkers. Nobody knows what that is. And yes, World War Z is correct. Did they even mention the Battle of Yonkers in the movie? Oh yeah, so a little bit of visual storytelling kind of stuff. So let's talk about these things really quick here. Now, we didn't give a negative to this to other M, I don't think. But, you see these things? I'm just going to spoil something. The only way to get rid of these is to use the baby Metroid. Now, think for a moment. When do you get the baby Metroid in this game? So, pretty much the same concept as Other M. You cannot 100% the game until you're at the end game, at which point there's no point. You're just doing it to 100% it. That always just kind of made me raise an eyebrow. So, elevator. We're not going to use it just yet. Or maybe we are, actually. Never mind. Oh yeah, I wanted to show off something. Maybe if I can. So I've seen the footage of Jabba just being a big dude. I don't know if that was the original theatrical release or not. Interesting. Sorry, I'm checking something really quick here. Oh yeah, sorry. So another thing making the map better, and objectively better than AM2R's map, it shows you the percent of collections per area. It's right there, 42.9%. I love that feature, and honestly, I really wish that was an AM2R. You'll notice I didn't 100% AM2R, making it one of two Metroid games I have not 100%ed. And I might bother with that someday to find the 8 items I'm missing somewhere in that game. But without any idea where they are or how to find them, you know, I like having a thing that says, you're missing 3 items here. You have to tell me where they are. Just 3 items over in this zone. That gives me something to go on, right? That gives me something to start. As I've said before, guidance is right in the middle. Good guidance is right in the middle of holding your hand too much and giving you no direction whatsoever. This is what I prefer, right in the middle there. But it doesn't respect my intelligence. Tinykin did that, yes. Good evening, Tailwags. Area 2. I think. Oh, sorry. This is Area 1 now. Hang on, let me change my notes here. Dread... Oh, God, Dread is so good. We'll get there. We'll get there. Yeah, it's actually called Surface on the map, but yeah. Nice and poiple, because of all the poiple. She is tall. She's a giant, Act. Oh my god. You know what would be hilarious? If people complained that Samus looked too short in Other M, because she did. And so they went out of their way to make sure her model looks actually tall here to compensate. This is not a mod version, but we are upscaling. I admit, I can barely tell the difference. I'm just going to be very honest about that. So I don't think it's going to affect the review. But you guys can kill the difference, because you're looking at a screen that's, I believe, 1080p, and I am not. So, for your guys' sake and for the sake of your eyes, we're using an upscale thing. So far, it doesn't seem to be affecting performance, which is great. Well, I would do that, Yura, but I don't want to destroy everybody's eyes. Well, everyone except yours, obviously. So, there are 4 Metroids in the area. I love that, by the way. I love that just the way they showcase that and the way it works. And I'm sorry, it's such a dumb thing. But I love the way they progress that. I love the way they showcase that. Anyways, there you go, 6 feet 3 inches. So she's about here for me. So I would actually be looking up to see her eyes. Thank you, Scott K. Barr. Always appreciate. Give me a second to jot that down for some Dragon Questiness. Dragon Quest 4, Dragon Quest 5, Dragon Quest 6. Listen, if there's anything wrong with being a leg man, I don't want to be right. Although I'm more of a hip guy. But thankfully, Samus has those too. Actually, I've never found her physically attractive. Or, I guess more accurately, I've never lusted after her. I can't. Samus is just way too awesome of a character for me to lust after her. Well, obviously Ridley, Act. Oh yeah, I forgot about that feature. Speaking of visual indicator and visual distinction. So, that's a hot zone. It indicates that really clearly. I really like this game, if it's not obvious. This over here. Oh, that's another hot zone. Yeah, did you notice the Norfair theme fire up immediately as soon as we got in there? I didn't stay long enough for you to hear the whole thing, because I would have died. But you get the idea. I believe you can tap to morph. Obviously, I would have to take my hands off of the controller, reach up, grab the mouse, tap, and that's how you can morph. Not super useful for me, but something when you're playing on an actual 3DS. Yeah, they used Norfair's theme for the hot area in Prime as well. You know what? I have missiles. Go away. Yeah, I do kind of wish I had the quick morph button as opposed to the tap, but whatever. Oh, it actually indicates it's red on the minimap, too. Nice. Yeah, it's not die. We haven't saved in a minute. That's interesting. Well, I shouldn't have octadirectional aim. No ruminations ever again, Tailwags, is the short answer. I don't own a PS5, so even if there were ruminations, there would not be one, because I have no ability to play the game. If it ever comes out on PC, I might stream it, but that depends on whether or not it's funded for a stream, which at the moment it very much is not. There we go, a little more refilled. Yeah, ruminations, I hate doing them. They were starting to cause me actual sanity and mental health issues. And physical health issues. So, I actually asked them about 5 years ago now. 5.5 years ago, actually, I think at this point. So, they've been dead for a while. They just, videos kept coming out because backlogs. Anyways. Yeah, Starfield was a special case. Okay. Yeah, Starfield, I had to do a video on Starfield. I had to just line it all up. So I don't remember. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Hang on. Hit the stream brakes. So everything up to Total War Troy was already uploaded on the primary channel, and then I realized that was stupid, and so now the post-stream videos on those are going to start going live June 3rd, it looks like. And at that point, you'll be caught up. Does that make sense? I know, Darkrai. Like, what's the opposite of Star Wars effect? Or I guess the inverse of Star Wars effect. Because Star Wars effect is everything is wrong and that somehow it's great. And now we have Starfield effect, which is everything is wrong and it's absolute garbage. No, like, I'm shocked. Alright, oh, right. I was gonna check something. Hang on a sec. Well, it's also a really long game, Tailwag, so I admit there's just dread within me to play FF7R2. Here we go. So what is going on with this? Okay, let's see if this works a little bit better. There we go. Sorry, I literally had a setting wrong. That's more like the aiming we should be having. Yeah, I figured let's fix that now before we start having to do more precise aiming later. It's okay, I actually already know the ending, Tailwags. That was on my own initiative. I knew it would be years before I played it, so I just wanted to know. No spoilers, obviously. Didn't like it, but otherwise, no spoilers. So what you're saying, Astamine, is for the stream, when we're trying to do as much content as possible, there's going to be more padding. Is that what I'm hearing? The Other M effect. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Other M had a lot of talented people and money and budget and everything going for them. just suck. So anyways, here's the Golden Temple, which, if I'm remembering correctly, was actually area... No, it was Area 1. Oh yeah, so they really nerfed wall jump. I'm not sure why. I'd say exactly the same, Ross. Yeah, they don't want me to wall jump my way through things. Yep, so, yeah, the Golden Temple in all 3 versions of the game. Go figure. Oh yeah, you can still infinite bomb jump. Let's see if I can pull that off. I know the timing's weird in this one. Oh, right. I don't have bombs yet. It's been a long time since I've watched Miami Vice. Like a long time. So I don't know. Also a more ruined version, which is interesting, but makes sense when you consider the greater lore implications. Now I know what you're saying. Well, wait, but the Chozo were killed out, like, really recently. Like, in Samus's lifetime. Yeah. But one of the things we do know, I'm just going to say this outright, that they actually had planned out for Samus Returns, is the existence of the Mawkin. And I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that they specifically planned for that to be a thing. And the implications they could bake into things. Aiming's a lot better now, but I'm still about to die. Hopefully it works for you, Ira. There's bombs. Bombs specially designed to be used with Morph Ball. Blah, 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 blah. Oh yeah, speaking of which. You know, that is a good question, Darkrai. We know the Talon people actually went there quite a while ago, but they're hippies. I don't even mean that as a negative thing. Like, they're just hanging out, you know? Doing their own thing. So there is an auto-aim, but it depends on input, as weird as that sounds. So, obviously, this is all complete manual, right? By the way, love the animation on that. Woo. But even while moving, as you can see, I can still do a little bit of aiming while moving. And that means, like, for example, if there's an enemy ahead and, like, a little bit above me, if I'm doing this, it will track to it a little bit. Make sense? Oh, I need to do this. Also, while it's not as bad as it could be, not a fan of the low health beat leaps. As I usually am not. Really could use a health refill. I'll take that. The manga is completely non-canon. I actually did some looking into that when it came to preparing for this very run. Now, what's interesting is they will occasionally take ideas from the manga, but the manga itself is not canon. I think you're right, Spartan. I think you're right. The only one that might not is Dread, because by the time of Dread, they started to realize that there were other ways to indicate low health. If you remember, Mario Odyssey is one of the first Mario games that was able to do a low health beat a leap without it being irritating. Yeah, I know, we're getting close. That's the other way in which it'll auto-target, by the way. So... teleporters. Bit of a waypoint system. Not a bad waypoint system, actually. There we go. Sorry. Do the teleporters kill you? Hang on, hang on. I think my eyes just rolled into my skull because I was rolling them so hard at that question. Let's go down first. See, it's interesting because I like both as to being just for different reasons. Yeah, you notice the music is much more on the style of Metroid 2's. Almost entirely ambient. Good, bad, or in between. But it's very much on its own. Yeah, I figured. I mean, I gotta be honest, I really liked several of the tunes in AM2R, like a lot. Damn, I can't quite make it happen. Alright, whatever. We'll get back to it. We're not 100%ing, I already did that. I've already done it. Okay, so... refill really quick here while we're at it. I've already done it, Spartan. You're right, though. This is like Dread. It's generally fun to 100%. And it's got a freaking indicator right there. I know you can't read that, but I have 14.3% of the items in Area 1. And indicators on the map of where items are. And teleporters to get around with. And elevators to get around with. Yeah, the only one I was tempted to 100% was AM2R until I realized that I had no indicator of what I was missing. And then I was like, maybe not. Ice Beam. The Ice Beam freezes enemies. Frozen foes can be used as platforms. Charge before firing. I'm probably going to 100% AM2R someday. It's just, that's going to be a time thing, you know. Because again, I'm just going to have to go through every area with a map and just be like, well, what haven't I done? Hey, DirectD. Oh god, I have, what is it, 204%ed Soten? I forget the exact number. You know what I'm talking about. So, really, Spartan? I always knew you were pure evil. Yeah, I don't like 100%ing if I don't have the indicator. It's just a waste of my time. I can't even remember the last time I 100%ed super. Actually, I can, now that I think about it. Huh. It is pretty rare so far here. In fact, of the Metroids, I think only Dread and Samus Returns have that indicator, unless Fusion has it. I'm not sure if Fusion has it. Thank you, DirectD. Always appreciate your support. And if you give me a moment here. Dealer's Choice, BRPG block, G block, I can type, and FF16. You got it. Thank you. I mean, it irritates me when they do it, like, too much, as to mean. Because let's be honest. If you get 118%, then what you're getting is 100%, because that's what 100% means. That's what numbers mean. Anyways. You should be able to guess. Hang on, someone type guess real quick. Exclamation mark guess, please. It should be editable. Yeah, no, it's editable. Well, people have already been adding guesses. Damn it, Techno's World. No, why? Why would you give me the spider ball? Try refreshing, Spartan, especially if you're on phone. Those tend to cache a lot. Now we've got the definitive Metroid 2 experience. All right. No, it's okay, Spartan. I've encountered the exact same issue. That's why I immediately was like, hey, maybe it's this. Let's go ahead and save the spider ball while we're here. But thank you very, very much, Techno's World. Always. Always appreciate. Thank you. Hang on. Make that beeping go away really quick. No reason. And that's going towards... You already told me there it is. Yakuza Block 1. Yakuza Block 2. The FF Pixel remasters. You got it. Thank you again. There's actually 3 Trihexia, but the third one isn't really on the books yet. It will be. Someday. Like I said, definitive Metroid experience. No, okay. To the ceiling and beyond! Oh, we should do this while we're here. Gotta get the leveling agility song in here. Health refill. I would say no, Darkrai, just because of the fact that usually you can't, right? Something that requires an event or a special occasion to do, just by definition, isn't really part of the game. Not in any way that matters. You know? You know, that's a good point, Blade Joe. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. Come on, I can make this shot. There we go. Well, to our knowledge, 1 Dryaxia. That is one very durable fan. Look at that. Yeah, we'll see, Blitchball. Because I remember the negative, even. Can't freeze it, apparently. Maybe just straight up destroy it? Oh. Yeah, I don't remember how to get this one either. Does anyone remember? Like, I'll move on. Like I said, we're not going to 100%. That's fine. Does anyone remember how to get this one? Because I don't. I remember this puzzle even. Because I remember doing this. We'll see when we get there, Darkrai. We'll see. I think you're right, DZ Maven. Oh, back to exploring. Ba, ba, ba. The Metroid 2 way, as God intended. I think it's actually it on the ceiling. I think just leave now. Whoops, excuse me. Also, you probably haven't even noticed, This game uses a lot of sound effects and visual design, specifically from the Prime series. I think they could have gone farther, personally, but it was a stated intent by Mercury Steam that they really wanted to have the main Metroid games acknowledge the Prime games more and canonize them more. How much they succeeded, it's up to you. But as we talked about before, there's a weird tendency of a lot of the main Metroids to just completely ignore the Primes. I should save while we're here. Yeah, no kidding, as to me. Yeah, I like the alpha fights a lot better here. Sorry. I'll take that E-Tank, though. Let's head this way. That's a good point. How dare this game be better than other M? Well, I mean, how many games have we covered that wouldn't get that crime? 7? Something like that. Oh yeah, that requires the... I mean, Metroid 1 is literally better than Other M, which is pathetic, by the way. I'm sorry. Your greatest claim to fame is that you were worse than a NES game that came out 30 years earlier, whatever the actual timeline is. What the crap is wrong with you? Let's try this while we're here. Yeah, a bad NES game. Thank you for pointing that out, too. We're not exactly dealing with cream of the crop here. This is no Mario 3. All I'm saying is, I've seen worse games than Metroid 1. Ooh, those hurt. I think you're right, Blade Jamal. I agree, Ross, completely. That's why I was irritated that the mod I picked up to fix that didn't work. A little cautious because we're a little low on health. Well, the health things give 25 health, so that's nice. I did beat Metroid 1 without cheats. That's true. I did have to use a map a few times, though. Although, that was only because the bombing was screwed up. I could have actually figured out where I was going without the map, if not for that bomb issue. Oh, no, that's not true. I wouldn't have found the Varia suit. Because I never found the Varia suit without a map. Still. I'll need a map, what, 3 times, I want to say? I feel like there was a third time, I don't remember, but I know those 2. Because those 2 both pissed me off. Let's, Oh my god. Okay, game. I need to stop jumping into the acid, okay? That's it's not cool. What's the only first game that got a replay tag? Ah, Dragon Quest. God damn it. It's like looking up the solution to a puzzle. How cheaty that is kind of depends on the puzzle, doesn't it? Or the game. No animation locking that I've noticed, no. It's been, interesting. For all the issues I have with using the analog as the control stick, the controls themselves outside of that are actually pretty tight. So, Zelda 1, we're going to try the same thing we did with Metroid 1, Ross. We're going to see how far I get without a map. I should mention, I know several of Zelda 1's more infamous things, like burning the frickin' bush, right? I don't remember which bush, but I do remember burning the bush. So, I've kind of already got a little bit of a map, you know what I mean? 100%. No, absolutely not, Blade 12. Yeah, Zelda 1, I'm a little shocked that Zelda 1 has never received a proper remake. Like, of all the proper remakes they've done over the years, They've pretty much left the Zeldas alone. And yeah, I know. Breath of the Wild is the proper name. Blah, blah, blah. You get my point. Zelda 1 randomizer. Ah! That's how that sounds to me. Oh, thank God. Energy health. Energy health. Shut up. Yes, my energy is now very health. Way too early. Yeah, someone who actually knows Zelda 1 and enjoys that game, probably more benefit for doing a rando for that. Kind of like me and LTTP. I love LTTP. I could rando that right now and still have fun with it. I don't think there is a benefit, Dakota. I kind of like AM2R save stations better. Here's a save, and also a refill. Lord knows I was leaning on that for the Omegas. God, it's Zelda 2 rando. What? There we go. You son of a Submariner. No. No, you get to die now. Yeah, so you can't climb on honey, or whatever that's supposed to be. Also means you can't climb on the ceiling. No, I haven't, Ross. I walked away from Discovery in Season 3. That was officially just the line for me. I'm sure there's good stuff in that show, I just kind of don't care. I'm never going to cover it officially, so... Uh-oh. Mr. Red has poisoned you, Ross. Well, yeah, I have to always clarify when I say new Trek. What I mean, generally, when I'm saying new Trek, is Discovery. I have no real issues with Strange New Worlds, or Prodigy, or Lower Decks. You know what, hang on. Card can go directly to hell. A friend of mine who is far more tolerant of bad television than me recently rewatched Picard Season 1 and 2. And their comments were as unkind as you're imagining right now. Okay, that's the way out, not the way in. Got it. Yep. Oh my god, I'm out of missiles. Oh my god, I'm out of missiles. It's okay. You can actually hit them with ice, which they specifically added because it's possible to run out of missiles in these fights and you get locked in for the fights. Still. God damn. This is the first time I've run out of missiles like the entire franchise so far. All the games we've played, I've not exactly had missile issues until now. But you don't need missiles for these fights. That's awesome too, to be blunt. I said this earlier, having an enemy who's only weak to exactly one type of thing, period, no really, is questionable at best when it comes to game design. As Mega Man 2 fans could tell you. I mean, conventional wisdom would say that the Omega is the most dangerous form of the Metroid, but, yeah, I don't know. I think the larval form is kind of technically the most dangerous. I don't know, maybe I'm weird. Yeah, by the way, Mega Man 2 commits that sin more than once. Yeah, screw it. Not even worth it. Not even worth it. Screw it, screw it, screw it. It's okay. Well, ask me when we're a little bit further into the game, Great Alien. The only thing that bothers me about the controls of this game is having to use the analog to move. And I'm already kind of used to that. Kind of. Then again, I am getting hit by a lot more than usual, and it's probably because I'm using the analog to move. The only one of these games where that will be true, consequently. So we'll see. Hang on a sec. Yeah, I'm playing this on my usual PC controller, which is a PS3 controller. So at the very least, my thumb isn't hurting from constantly using the 3DS's terrible analog. So that's nice. Oh, I'm out of missiles. Well, how would be the most obvious question. X. But since Ect is clearly not aware of that for a particular thing, 3 times in my life, across multiple years, I have tried to get my Switch controllers working for the PC, and I have never succeeded. Here's the problem. Getting the Switch controllers working for the PC is actually really, really easy. I can do it right now without even trying. However, getting it to acknowledge... Getting it to acknowledge the fact that they're both the same controller, much harder. And again, never succeeded at it. God damn it. Nope. Running out of missiles. The only way it comes close to working is with third-party software. And again, issues. Okay, let's try the other direction. Why? Why am I back to... No, I think Metroid 1's is worse than this act. Oh, I think Super's is worse than this. I like Super, but the low health Beetle Leap in Super is awful. I want to know why they put the health recovery things up here. And missile recovery things, consequently. So, as I was saying, wait till I have Vari suit. Just holy crap. I love how you're just hitting every single one that isn't actually the command Spartan. Like, something about that vaguely amuses me. I should mention we have 50-ish commands that all bring up the document. Dock is one of the commands, yes. One of the many, many commands. Whoa there, buddy. refill briefly here. Some people use current. I don't know what all we use. God, I can't even remember. Score. Yeah, that's another one. I love it, Ginkgo the Mushi. Legitimately, I do actually like it. It makes sense that the Chozo would have their own little barrier to prevent ingress. Or more accurately, to prevent the Metroids from getting out. Yeah, exactly, Spartan. Well, now we have to solve the fan issue. I do not remember how to deal with the fans. All right, we don't. Coming back, we'll have to deal with those. But not yet. No fans in our time. Or I guess you could say this is a bit of an OnlyFans. Thank you. I'll be here all night, everyone. Alright, whether you want me to or not. Well, for Samus to be in a bikini, we need to go back to the older games. Ironically, Samus is probably the most scantily clad in Metroid 2, the original. When she's just directly copy-pasted off of Ripley's outfit at the end of Alien. Area 2. Now, historically, Area 2 is the area I don't like. Let's see how this one lines up, shall we? Yesterday we played AM2R, also known as another Metroid 2 remake. Not to be confused with Samus Returns, the Metroid 2 remake. Yeah, I noticed that act. I'm not sure what's up with that. Quite a few in this area. That's true. This is another Metroid 2 review. Actually, this is another Metroid 2 review, because this is the third Metroid 2 we've reviewed now. Insert episode 1 meme here. Well, given the end of this game and Fusion Trihexia, I would say that the Metroids have been actively hunting the X-Parasites the entire time. Seems to be likely, anyways. Shooting is pretty shooty, yeah. We'll never stop getting it. Oh, I see what you mean. So yeah, the angles of the shots, let's say the shot width, bothers me less than it did in AM2R. Now granted, we got the spacer over there which helped mitigate it, but no early issues here. Good question, Trihexia. Dun dun dun. I have no idea, Trixie. 3 minutes ago? 15 minutes ago? I don't know. The timeline prior to Metroid 1 is pretty vague. Probably on purpose. Teleporter over here. I do find it interesting they keep the same general aquatic vibe for Area 2. Even though it's completely different than the hydro plant, obviously. It's just an underground aquifer lake thing. Notice the alphas are starting to look a little different, by the way. Because there are actually multiple types of alphas, which all have different powers and different attacks. Which I actually kind of like. A little bit of variety. I was lower on health than I thought I was. Holy crap. My bad. Didn't even notice my health. Go figure. However, as you'll notice, checkpoints are with each Metroid battle. I actually commented on that earlier. Yeah, that looks like a truck. Holy crap. Or stop being stupid for 5 seconds. Wow! Of all the things to start with. Ah, that hits hard. I mean, the clone army was a better military by every metric, Zactaf, so I'm not sure why that's a question. Like I said, Nintendo has been trending towards the damaged values just going up in a lot of their later games. And I don't really know why. I'm not complaining per se, it's just an interesting trend. I also don't remember how hard everything hits in Fusion, so... We didn't have any real issues with Zero Mission, aside from the stealth section, and even that, not bad. The chibi one or the super serious one, Yura? So I believe that would be the Japanese art, if I'm remembering correctly. I mean, yeah. Just go play Federation Force, Hero. I'm joking. Don't play Federation Force. Never play Federation Force! Alright, these things, but I think I can't deal with them yet. That's because I can't. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Yep, and we're dead. Good news is it also gives you a checkpoint after you kill a Metroid. I was pretty sure of that. But it's good to confirm it. I mean, there's worse possibilities there, Trihex, here. So, Federation Force is another game reskinned as a Metroid game. It has a really dumb plot, which you could tell they came up with after the fact to justify it being a Metroid game. And the gameplay is simple to the point of boring. Oh, wow. They don't stop following you, do you? Do they? But also, it's specifically designed and... God, yeah. Okay, I just took too long. It's specifically designed and balanced around co-op. What that means is you kind of can't beat the game solo. It's why it's technically forbidden. We'll never do a review of it, even though I do actually own it, because I cannot beat the game. Yeah, actually, think Wargroove, and you've pretty much got the overall combat system. And mission design. Like, every mission is just your bog standard. Alright, go kill this thing, or go extract this thing, or go loot this thing, and then leave the mission, and there you go. That's every mission in the game. It also has nothing to do with the narrative, like, at all. I should at least lock this up now. Lightning armor. Lightning armor creates a protective electric barrier. Aeon is consumed anytime it prevents physical damage. Also strengthens counters. Like I said, it's another game reskinned as a Metroid game. Really badly. Dang it. I mean, you could tell they were still refining it. Or, I'm saying that wrong. You could tell they were refining it when it came to Dread. Sorry, that's all I meant to say. Yeah, that goes down to 14 FPS for those sequences for some weird reason. So there's the actual aqua pump thing. The hydro dam or whatever. Okay, honest to goodness save. Whoop. Let's go back and try something just real quick. You know, I was going to say something snarky, Asdamine, but the way you described Federation Force made me realize something. It's just like all those crappy live service games. Except, you know, there's no online microtransactions to try and rip more money out of people's pockets. So imagine if like, Kill the Justice League came out, and that was it. It didn't have any microtransactions, it was just that game. It still sucks badly, right? No real progression, no real change in kit, no real alteration of gameplay style or mission format or enemy type or anything. No exploration, no progression. Just the same dull crap forever. And you're right, that sounds mediocre as hell. But I suppose that's the point, isn't it? What's the point of that game even existing at that point? I suppose I can just do this. Kill the Justice League. Really, Asdamine? Hang on, where's my dagger? Someone see my dagger? Will you accept donuts instead of daggers? Is that okay? Metroid 1 is my worst scoring NES game. Don't worry, the NES block will probably break that barrier. Oh, whoops. Boop. Sorry, I'll stop. Ooh, okay. Got it. Don't want me to spider ball everywhere. Okay, okay. Yeah, the NES block... What's really sad is I think you're right. I think several NES games won't do as badly because they will just be so much more vacuous. There's just nothing there. Like, I joke about Paperboy, but honestly, Paperboy is just a trash game that we will finish reviewing in, like, half an hour. You know? Although, on the other hand, that means its density is going to be through the roof. Just going to refill here for a second. Any net I mean, I think Punch-Out will get a net positive, maybe. Punch-Out has really bad Sunshine Syndrome, though. Once you get past Bullet Bolt, honestly, it's better to just put the game down. So, other than Punch-Out? God, I don't know. What do y'all think? Like anybody who's looking at the list of games that's going to be in the NES block, because I don't remember off the top of my head. Castlevania 3 will be part of the early Castlevania block. DuckTales? DuckTales will probably be a net positive. I could see that. Also, probably Chip 'n Dale's, now that when we're talking about Capcom Disney games. Yeah, sorry, specifically the NES block, sorry. My bad, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. You know it. Tetris. Might actually be the shortest review we've ever done. Alright, here's Tetris. Any questions? The only game to score a true 0. Yeah, the NES Metal Gear is not a good game. Also accidentally a stealth game, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Man, I suck at Dr. Mario so much. I know, Estamine. Oh god, yeah, Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. That's just... Hi, Colgrim. Thank you for the sub. Always, always appreciate. I think the NES block will challenge me as a reviewer, and I mean that sincerely. Because so many of those games are so devoid of everything. Like, I don't think it's on the list, but imagine if we were to review, like, the frickin' balloon game I can't even think of the name of. How do we even review that? Save point. So the NES block is not every NES game. That would be insane. There's also several NES games not in that block. Like some of them are in the beat 'em up block, like Double Dragon and River City Ransom. Some of them are in the early Castlevania block. Some of them are in the Kirby block. You get it. Some are in the Final Fantasy block. But, the NES block is all the NES games that are not a part of another block that I own. Either by coincidence or calamity, I own every game in the NES block. That's actually why it's those specific games. Oh, that's interesting. If any of the Ninja Gaidens are going to get a net positive, it's probably going to be 2, to be quite honest. Now, that's my memory. But Ninja Gaiden 2 is the only one that has real difficulty instead of bullcrap. Because Ninja Gaiden 1 is pure bullcrap. It's badly designed drivel. And Ninja Gaiden 3 is, I hope you like enemies everywhere all the time. Let's a couple missiles out really quick. Grab a save. We need it. And yes, Colgrim. Every Ninja Gaiden has Sunshine Syndrome, though. Every single one of them. I mean, a lot of games do. I don't know why I'm even singling them out. So, yeah, like I said, I think 2 has the best chance of being in a positive score. Because I think 1 will be like, this is a pretty good game, and then we'll hit the train level, and I'll be like, oh, this game sucks. just like that, you know? Cyber Stadium Base Wars. I don't think I've heard of that one, and I know I don't own it. Because I've never heard of it. What is it? Would it be? What? Die. Only I had a Metroid with me. Unlock the teleporter. I think you're right, Blade Jamal. More meat on their bones. And that meat is rotten. And filthy. Whoops, wrong button. I have to hit this button. That goes way up. Oh god, yeah, Evo is, god, that's a game just crying out for a remake, you know? It's got such a bonkers off-the-wall plot that could actually be good if it wasn't extremely badly translated. Like, good in a silly, stupid way, you know? Yeah, remake it like Maneater. That's... I'd play the crap out of that. No joke. Yeah, I know that game so well. I've done a TAS of that game, by the way. That's how much I love Evo, even though it's just such a terrible, terrible game. God, that attack hurts. We've actually already reviewed Dragon Quest 1 and 2 and 3, Spartan. Yeah, go ahead, Luke. Thank you for asking first. So there's our first super door. Ah, that's a good question, Kevin, for 7. Version 7, excuse me. Yeah, I didn't review the NES versions. I reviewed the Switch versions, which is basically the Game Boy Color versions. Which reviewed slightly better than the original NES versions would. I mean, yeah, being able to switch graphics with a button is obviously the ideal. Also the rarity, for obvious reasons. Having said that, I don't really have a preference between the two, to be completely honest. Good graphics are good graphics. I don't care if they're 3D, 2D, pixel, or render. I know that puts me in the minority because I really don't have a preference. Oh my god. Aye. Well, Dragon Warrior 1 got a net positive by virtue of just not having enough wrong with it. I don't mean to sound negative to it, but it's true. Like, Dragon Warrior 1, frankly, is probably a better game than FF1. The NES versions, to be very clear about that. I don't own the NES Star Wars games, Luke. So that's why those aren't on the list. I also do not have TMNT 2. Or 4, or whatever it was. The one that was mislabeled. Something about Manhattan. God, I don't remember. I do own TMNT 4, and that is in the SNES blog. At least it should be. Turtles in Time. Oh, I already checked that, didn't I? Yep, okay. Well, let's poke around here a little bit. The hardest game in the SNES block? 4 might be the fighting one. Turtles in Time is the one I'm mentioning, though. Turtles in Time is the game that I anticipate will score well. And I look forward to being proven wrong, because that's what happens every time I say a game is going to score well. Is I'm wrong. Made in Manhattan. I'd play that. The TMNT take on Made in Manhattan? Done. Let's do this. Let's be weird. Let's be weird. I know, I didn't know that Celtic Bat. Isn't he a boss in Empire? Like the final boss? I'm going to tell you right now, I'm probably going to reach Bald Bull blindfolded. And then I'm going to run into a wall, because I have reached Bald Bull. That is the most likely outcome here. I liked Shredder's Revenge quite a bit. I look forward to playing it again. I'm not sure if I've beaten every game of the SNES block. Hey, can someone type !block really quick, please? Just make this easy for me. Thank you. So let's see, what is in the SNES block? God, 7th Saga! Oh my god, we're playing 7th Saga! Oh, kill me. Alright, Actors are Aerobiz, Battle Cars, Battle Clash 2, Aladdin, Battletoads and Double Dragon, Lester the Likely, Lion King, Magical Quest, Super Bonk, Brain Lord, Blackthorn, Darius Twin, F-Zero, Illusion of Gaia, Vexter Gadget, Mario's Missing, Mech Warrior 3050, Mega Man Soccer, Metal Marines, Ogre Battle, Robotruck, Rush Hour. I have played all of these games, yes. How many of them I have beaten? Smaller list. I've beaten ActRaiser, Battle Clash, Metal Combat, Battletoads and Double Dragon, Magical Quest. Illusion of Gaia. Inspector Gadget. Mario was missing. Mech Warrior. Mega Man Soccer. Ogre Battle. Robo Trek. Although I've never beaten Robo Trek without cheating. That game sucks, by the way. Starfleet Academy, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, obviously. Super Bomberman. Super Punch-Out, UN Squadron, and Evo. Those are the only ones I've actually beaten on that list. God, I hate Robotrek so much. I hate Robotrek so much. I should mention that Robotrek is the kind of game that I should absolutely love. And I don't. And that's because I've played it. So let me describe Robotrek for you really quick here, okay? So it's a silly, like, parody RPG. It's by the Enix team. And the whole precept, the whole concept here is that... Jeez, let's have some health. The whole concept is that you don't actually fight yourself. You build robots. And those robots are fully customizable in terms of equipment, outfit. You know, you can change their weapons, you can change their attacks, you can change their stats. And all those parts you use to build your robot. And you have to manage your weight and all that kind of stuff. And it's really, really cool. And you can build up to 3 of those robots. And that's super awesome. Now, imagine them failing at every step of everything I just said. And you understand Robotrek. One of my favorite things to bash Robotrek for, other than the extraordinarily terrible translation, which is so bad that the first time I ever found out what the hell was going on in the game was when I looked it up years later, trying to figure out what was going on in the Japanese version. But no, ignoring the terrible localization, my favorite bad thing about it is the fact that the game has a difficulty curve that can be best described as a never-ending vertical cliff of hell. The first boss in the game is quite hard. The second boss of the game is much harder. The third boss in the game is even harder than that, and that never stops, all the way to the final boss. Even the trash in the final dungeon is bullcrap. This is why I never beat it without cheating, because I finally just said, screw it. It's actually a pretty short game. Right, that's it. That's it. Super Ghosts and Ghouls. So, I gotta add an asterisk to that, because I said I've never beaten that one. But that's because I never beat the second time around. I haven't. I'm not sure if we're going to. I'm not sure if I'm capable of it. Oh, thank God. Armor. Yeah, we're badass. I mean, we always were, but now it's official. I believe... Yep, we can finally go into red zones. It's good, because that's our only way out of here. Okay, maybe it's not our only way out, but... No, this is exactly where we got it in most Metroid 2s. Right during the Area 2 sequence. It's even in roughly the same spot. Super Lore Runner Tournament Edition. Hyper Mode. Featuring Dante from Devil May Cry. a good point. I might not be authorized to use this. What do you think of the mix? I love this version of Warfare, by the way. The song, obviously. Ah, there it is. There we go. I mean, Supers is the original, so that tracks. The classic. So, what's after Alpha? Ooh. Oh yeah, by the way, skippable cutscenes. Remember how other M didn't have skippable cutscenes? There's at least one lesson we could say they definitively learned there. Hurt like a truck, though, during this work. But yeah, I agree. Ooh. I knew it, Rex. Just trying to get me killed. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. And we're dead. attacks for this guy. That's interesting. I didn't realize those give drops. Good to know. Oh, bullcrap. This is with half damage, by the way. I don't remember having this many issues last time. I guess I just sucked this time around. I mean, Dread literally has an OCO mode built into the game. You can kind of tell where they were going with that. Yeah, Fusion mode lets you take quadruple damage. Then he does the melee attack when he's facing the frickin' wall. No, Spartan. I have no interest in a game. I don't like OCO mode. I never have. Whoops, whoops, whoops. In any game. I don't like that in LTTP. I'm not going to do that in Dread. God damn it. Oh, you're gonna have to clarify for me, Ross, because I don't remember there being an OCO thing in Breath of the Wild. So staying there in case he did the melee attack. He didn't, so I died. That's a good question, Blade Tool. I don't know. Here's the funny part, Blade Jamal. Nothing. I do want to bet this is a power bomb door. Yeah, it's probably a power bomb door. Okay, cool. Okay. Whoop, whoop. Let's do this then. And the enemies are back. Woo. Life can flourish and try to kill me again. Thank God. Fine. My missiles. Or don't. I'm sorry, what's active? You're speaking Greek to me, man. Listen, Metroid 1 looked like an environment? Yeah, I can agree with that. An environment. Oh, thank God. More damage. Oh, wait, no. We don't get more damage yet. No! That's okay, because we can do stuff like this now. So we can open the weirdo doors, but not the green doors yet, or the yellow doors, or the other green doors. We're working on it, okay? Should do that. What's the one after Alpha? It's Gammas, right? Interesting, Ross. I'm not sure I've done that. Maybe I have. I don't know. I remember finishing Champion's Ballad, but then again, maybe I didn't do that mode. It's been a really long time, so for a Well, most of what I remember from the Champions Ballot is the absolutely brutal trials. Which I do remember. Those trials sucked. Yeah, and that's part of what keeps throwing me, Blade to Balls. I keep expecting it to be betas instead of gammas, and I'm like, hold up. Refill really quick. Don't worry, it's 0 mission refills. It's not as good as Super, though. So far, the only one as good as Super, I think, was AM2R. Go figure. We're actually missing a bunch. Look at this place. We haven't really hit the west end yet. We can't go there yet because we don't have supers. We can't go there yet either. So let's go straight west because now we can access red areas. Let's go ahead and save. That's probably a good idea. Yeah, I was happy taking down the Lionel. You know, the really, really big Lionel. I was proud of that. You want to make fun of me for it? I got nothing. Is that a teleporter up there? What is that? Oh, whatever, I can't reach it now, so moving on. Enjoy the music. There's a Lionel that's at like a Coliseum, Ross, and he doesn't show up unless you do something else. I remember that. He's actually part of the highlight reel for that game. Killing him. Yeah, that's accomplishment enough for me. I earned that victory, and I liked it. Moving on. No. You're right, that was random. But no, I'm actually talking about the Breath of the Wild one, which I think is just random Nintendo games highlight. Good morning, Evo. Welcome to Magma. Welcome to soothing, cool water. Ah, blissful, peaceful water. There it is. This is actually what I was looking for earlier. Okay. What do you think of the visuals, Eva? People earlier have been asking of your thoughts on this. Especially in comparison to the previous game, if you saw any of that, which I don't think you did. Refill my 5 missing health here. access to the thing. Like the water wheels in the background there. I could see that as Devine. Unfortunately, and I do think I'm going to get absolutely flamed for this, no pun intended, I think I'm going to score this one higher on brickwork than the previous games. Yeah, it's something I was just commenting on in the notes there, DZ Maven. Each zone in Samus Returns is kind of designed to be its own mini Metroidvania, with its own progression and mazing and blah 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 blah. I mean, once we get to Dread, I think we'll actually, you know, see a new cap on brickwork for a Metroid game, because I think that one's going to beat all of them in brickwork. Yeah, progression in Dread was really solid. I jump. But maybe I'm just weird, but you can really feel the war between the Chozo tribes in a lot of the backdrops here. You can just kind of feel how this place was torn apart by that conflict, right? Like, this is not a place that is, like, how do I explain this? There's, any real artist will tell you, there's a difference between ruins and devastation. And this feels like devastation, which it should, because it is. Like, this is a place that was torn apart by a civil war. And I don't know, I just feel it. I feel it just looking around and seeing what's going on in the background as I play. Exactly, Jared. And again, all this is deliberate. Remember, by this point, they had already designed the Mockin and, what's the stupid name? Razorbeak, or whatever stupid name is? Bang Death. Dumb name, I forget his name. But he was already something they designed, so they had the advantage of having planned out... Ravenbeak, thank you. They had the advantage of already having planned out several story beats for future Metroid games, because they'd already designed them for the new Metroid game that was supposed to be after Fusion, that they had already pitched this whole thing with. So they had that advantage when it came to designing this game. It's amazing what you can do with foreshadowing when you know where you're going. Refill over here. Why not? Let's go. So I think this is going to be another case of it does some things better and it does some things worse, Blade Jabal. We'll see overall, but I wouldn't be surprised if this score is really close to AM2R, to the point where there's kind of a negligible difference between the two. You know? That's kind of what I'm predicting right now. I will say I like the combat a lot more. I like being able to aim. I like the... I like the enemy design a little bit better, and I like the... I like the width of the attacks better. Like, I feel a lot less frustrated fighting in this game, to put it very, very simply. And yeah, I think the story score might end up higher. As usual, a little bit too early to see. We're still in, like, the early parts of the game. We're in Area 2, for God's sakes. Oh yeah, so this is what I mean by the other green. The other green doors. There's actually 2 green doors in this one. We are literally in the worst part of the game. Area 2 has always scored badly. Although this Area 2 has not been bad. And actually, I shouldn't say that. Area 2 was fine in AM2R. Agreed, Evo. I know some people just don't prefer 2.5D as a matter of preference, and that's fine, of course. But I think in this case, the added depth it adds helps. Oh yeah, by the way, just to show off what I mean, if they're somehow out of range for the auto home in, you can just charge. And they'll home in from any distance. No, I actually do want to go right. Whatever this is. Oh, an E-Tank. Oh, an E-Tank. Precious. Precious E-Tank. E-Energy. E-Health. Give me that E-Health. I used that earlier. Oh, God. Octopath Hell. A game so bad visually, I had to come up with an entire term just to describe how much I hated the visuals of that game. It was mainly the blur, but there was also several issues with design. My favorite example is the water. The water had this thing where they had placed... I'm going to describe this so badly. They had placed the light source to reflect off the water in such a way that it went right into the center of the camera, right there, right? Which means nothing, unless the water's doing this. And so what's happening is as you're staring at the water, it's like nothing flash, nothing flash, nothing flash, nothing flash. It's a bright flashing light right in your eyes as you're going through water sections. And it's awful. Stuff like that is what I mean when I say that the design wasn't great. I actually have nothing wrong with the concept of that kind of voxel 2D look. Star Ocean 2R certainly seems to be doing a better job of that. And from what we saw of Dragon Quest III's remake, it seems to be doing better. But then there was Aiden Chronicles. I shared a screenshot of Aiden Chronicles in chat and in Discord, and that was a screenshot with the blur turned off. Oh man. Anyways. So let's do this. I'm going to make a couple notes for myself here. No, it's okay. It's, I'm pretty sure it's a Unity game, Savacom, which means you can force it to not have blur. Like, you can, it's a toggle. It's a freaking chkunk. This is the thing that pisses me so much about depth of field. Is depth of field is something that you have to do extra, right? It takes extra processing power and extra coding to add that layer of depth of field and to process what should be in focus and what shouldn't be. Which means you could just turn it off, which is why it pisses me off when games don't have that option in the options menu. And I have to go into the INI files and make it happen manually. I know how to do that because I'm me, but you know, why isn't that a freaking toggle? The game doesn't get credit for that, you know what I mean? Anyways. Sorry. Rant off. It feels like there's a thing over here. Hang on. But I can't get over there, can I? Exactly. How many people do you know who are comfortable enough with opening up their game and editing INI files? Bonus question. How many of them know what an INI file even is? And I'm not being elitist there. I'm just trying to describe the very nature of audiences and how you have to consider that not everyone knows what they're doing when it comes to gaming. That's fine. That's not an elitism thing. It's on them. It's on the developers for not putting those toggles that exist in the engine into the game. Sorry. Rant off, rant off. I think I mentioned before, StarCraft was kind of my first introduction into modding. Well, no, that's not true. But StarCraft was when I really started sinking my teeth into modding. That's a better way to phrase that. So I have the advantage of having been doing this for a while, you know. World game. Okay. With the hard way. Oh yeah, really minor touch. Did you notice this? Check this out. Watch this, watch this. Okay, hang on, don't watch this. Oh, for God's sakes. I just did this, and of course now I'm in a room where I can't show it off. Okay, here. So if you're standing still, it'll knock you off, right? Like that. Just like it would in any previous game. But you see how if you're moving, it doesn't. In other words, while you're moving, the spider actually overrides the bomb. It's a really, really minor touch, of which there's a lot in this game. But it's a nice little quality of life feature to help you with spider climbing and bombing while doing it, and not plummeting while you're doing that. So, that's especially useful in this game. How often do we spend, you know, just climbing the ceilings? Yeah, Spider Ball is pretty legit in this one. Yeah, that one frickin' room. Oh my god. Okay, so where haven't we been? Let's take a glander. Yes, a glander. That's what they're called now. Hang on, what am I missing? I'm missing 4 Metroids. Wow, okay. Oh, I bet, Spartan. You see why I do it in this order. Okay, let's... I'm sorry, Evo. And I am. For what little that matters. So we can't go there and we can't go there. That requires a green door. We got that and we got that. That's an exit, not an entrance. And that's the way back. We never really... So let's explore the middle section. Let's do that. Let's do that. Because we should get Spring Ball up there if this is even anywhere remotely like the original, which, of course, it is not. Yeah, it's rare, Spartan, but every now and again, I do actually know what I'm doing with my job. Not often. Not often. Yeah, by the way, we're losing Evo for like 6 weeks. She's decided to abandon the lore walkers. I don't blame her. I think I'm the one who drove her away personally. And I mean, could you blame her? Let's grab the save that I wanted to grab. Oh, we can just high jump now. Right. We have high jump. Duh. Oh god, old HPs. It's right up there with the E-machines. Okay. remember what was down here. Oh yeah, the baby. We haven't been over here yet. So what you're saying is we need to get like a lore walker fund to buy Evo a laptop. Quickly, like today, basically. What do you think? Left or down? I mean, y'all bought my sister's laptop back when it was a really big quality of life thing for her. Remember that? Most of you probably don't. That was a while ago. I remember that, though. I don't know if that was before your time, Savicon, but it was a while ago. That would have been... Oh, God. 9 years ago, I want to say. I already did that. It's a waste. See the guy in the background? See that guy? Little tidbits like that. That's brickwork right there. No, what we need to buy her for real is a better, like, digital pen setup. I forget what those are even called, but when you can write on a tablet directly into the computer. Because I've seen her setup, and it's crap. We need to get her better than that. Supers. Okay. You know what? I might as well just be doing this while we're here. Hang on. This is a super missile. There we go. God, I hate planned obsolescence. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone hates planned obsolescence. But, you know. Let's grab a save. Because this is a nice, safe area. With that creature in the background there. A save point and an energy point. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel spoiled. That's probably how we reach that. Let's kill a Metroid first, shall we? Who we got? Who we got? Yeah, let's switch to ice really quick, because we probably don't need it. Is it an alpha or a gamma? It's an alpha, okay. Basic alpha, too. Just a little breather alpha. Nothing big, nothing fancy. Yeah, you're 100%. The problem is, when it comes to PCs, planned obsolescence is usually a thing that's exclusive to, like, a specific part or a specific manufacturer. So your computer might be fine, except for your such and such, right? It's one of the reasons why having a parts manufacturer that you really trust is such a big deal. And unfortunately, that's getting harder and harder as time goes on. Hmm. Hang on, let's backtrack real quick. There's an item I missed, and I kind of want to go grab it. Yeah, I prefer not to do prefab if I can avoid it. It's better than it ever has been, so I shouldn't say that. In fact, I usually recommend people get prefab, but consequences. See, now you gotta do it shirtless, Bergman. Get the Henry Cavill energy going on there. Yeah, no, I've noticed most prefabs really don't know what they're doing when it comes to the, the PSU, which, yeah, as you say, is one of the critical things. Bus is also a thing a lot of people screw with. I don't have grapple beam. Well, let's make a marker. In case we decide to 100% this, which we're probably not. Grapple beam. Oh yeah, that's another thing. They have no idea what they're doing when designing their cases. They usually go for cheapo cases, which, you know, suck because they're cheap. Now, granted, I go the opposite direction. My case was $1,000. Yes, just the case. But I don't regret that purchase at all. Like, that case might be the case I'm using for the next 20 years. I could try bomb jumping. Let's save first. Let's save. I don't know the timing in this one. I know it's different. Okay, Bragwin, do you mind if I, like, make fun of you in a way that absolutely is not intended to be, like, mean? Is that okay? I'm gonna ask permission, because this one's a weird one. So, for those of you who were there for the Henry Cavill thing, which I was not, of course, I would never watch his luscious... oh, damn it, I had it. Anyways, so, him going shirtless for that build was actually an incentive. So, Bragwin could have a donation bidding war, right? You donate for the shirt on, or you donate for the shirt off. Whatever your preference is. On OnlyFans, obviously. What am I doing? Right. I need to get rid of that now. Let's go. Get rid of that. There we go. I can't believe I bomb jumped that like second try. Good to know, though. They got rid of wall jumping, so they really made bomb jumping a thing. Can I go upright? Let's find out. Hey! Guess that's a down only. I actually sympathize, Braven. I would rather be stabbed through the eyes with needles than take off my shirt around someone. I am hideously ugly and absolutely do not want to be seen like that, so... just to show that I am joking. Just to make sure that you know. Okay, refill. And save. That's true. I am super lazy. Let's go right first. I want to see what's over here. Apparently a Metroid is over here. More of these stupid fans. I'm not going to make another OnlyFans joke, don't worry. I was tempted. There's actually a term for that in psychology. I forget what it's called. It's when you notice every imperfection in yourself because, you know, you are familiar with yourself. And nobody else does because they're not. So you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, ah! And everyone else looks at you and like, what? I guess that could be a form of body dysmorphia, but that feels inaccurate. I don't know. Ooh, another Metroid. This might be a Gamma. Nope, that's an Alpha. Hello, Alpha. What? It's okay. This is only one of the electric Alphas. Hey, get back here. Get back here and die like the bug that you are. Six of 8. Looking good. I love this song so freaking much. I mean, I've always liked the Norfair song, but this is such a good mix of it. It's funny you say that. I was wondering if the bloom would be so bad that it would hurt visual distinction. And I don't know if you've noticed, but they do several things to make sure that you can tell what you're looking at, despite the severe red glow. They also don't rely on certain enemy types and terrain types here to make sure that you can always tell what you're looking at. And instead they use things like shapes or terrain in order to try and indicate what you should be looking at. It's pretty smart. To my great dismay, I don't remember the music of Dread. So we'll have to see what I think of it when we get there. Teleporter. Go ahead and activate that. There we go. What kind of alpha are you? Oh, you're a red lightning alpha. Seven. That's wild, Act. I wonder what's up. Maybe your monitor? I don't know. Nope, this is a dead end. But there's another Metroid nearby. There. Oh, nice, Dirk. It's that way. Look, Malkaiser. You knew what you were getting into. Let's do it. Alright, hang on. Let's look at our options here. Yeah, it's extraordinarily rare I'll buy a game in early access. I usually only do it if I am guaranteed to actually buy the game when it comes out, usually for the show. Or if it's a developer I trust implicitly, which is an extremely small list. So I think I'm going to teleport there and see if we can unlock that. So let's do that. Let's do that. Because I'm sure you're tired of me talking positively about this game, allow me to give one solid negative to this game. In fact, I've already given it. Enemy variety. There's conflicting reports about why there's such a lack of enemy variety in this game. But whatever the why is, the result is pretty apparent. There's just not a lot of enemy variety in the game. And we're going to be fighting these same basic enemies for quite a while. And that sucks. The enemy design is decent. Metroids are great. Alright, let's do this. I want to go here. Wait, no, I don't want to go here. I'm going completely the wrong way. No, I'm going the right way. Am I? I remember this happened last time, too. I remember getting stuck in this exact area, because this area loops in on itself a little bit weirdly. Yeah, I am actually going the wrong way. Yeah. Nah, okay. It's okay. I actually do know where I am now. Enjoy the mopping, Evo. One thing I do like about the lightning shield, it costs nothing to just leave it up. I can just have this up forever. It only costs anything when it actually activates. It is frustrating to me how many games have like a shield type ability like that, which just drains energy while it's just sitting there doing nothing. I could literally just leave a lightning shield on. And yeah, I think Asdemean is correct. Metroid 2's enemies were interspersed enough and infrequent enough that I didn't mind that there was just the same, like, 3 enemies the whole game. Because, yeah, we've got the ground crawler, we've got the armored ground walker, armored Goomba, we've got the flyer dude. Occasionally we'll have the flyer dude who shoots down. And I just described most of the enemies in the entire game. Where did we go up here? I'm pretty sure we already went up here. I'm gonna assume we did. Tell you what, Evo, I will stream 9 hours a day, 7 days a week, just for you. Just so you have something to watch while you're in the airport, being bored. I hate waiting in airports. I hate waiting on airplanes, too, but I hate waiting in airports. Oh, that reminds me, I've got a 15-hour drive coming up. I'm not looking forward to that. I used to read, but then I discovered video games. That sounds like a joke, but it's kind of legitimate. That's kind of actually the truth. Okay. Here's Unix. Brofist. Why the 15-hour drive? So, no, I got that, like, last year, Ross. When 15 hours is an estimate. Here, let me say thank you to Unix first. Thank you very much, Unix. Always. Always appreciate. And I will jot that down for some stuff, if I can find my document. Here it is. That's going toward the Persona 4G. FF7R2, I think. And Grim Fandango. So, the kids are taking a plane, and all of the stuff is being moved in one of those moving containers, which, you know, someone just comes and picks up and then drops off at the new destination. But that leaves 2 cars that need to get to the destination when we move. The good news, you could call it that, is I've done those kind of super long trips many times in my life. I have driven from Auburn, California to Topeka, Kansas. How was the trip? I've gone from Kansas to Indiana, and then I've gone from Kansas to Pennsylvania, and then Pennsylvania to Kansas. And if you've never driven from Pennsylvania to Kansas, well, it's a trip, is what we'll say. It's a trip. It's a terrible, terrible trip. Minnesota to Pennsylvania. Ugh. That's my answer to that. Ugh. I apologize. One moment, please. I've also driven from Southern California, which I have to clarify because it's California, to Colorado, Boulder specifically, and then from Colorado to Northern California. Last time I was in a plane was about 5.5 years ago. I actually told that story on camera because it was awful. It was so awful. I sort of swore never to fly again. At the very least, never fly in coach. Because nothing I tell you will describe what this was like. I was actually having claustrophobic attacks for the entire flight, which was like a 2-hour flight. We were so crammed in there, I could barely move. The front chair was like right here, for a bit of perspective. We were absolutely crammed. God, it was awful. If I ever have to fly for whatever reason, I'm just going to spring for first class. And I know that's the scam. I understand. And I don't care. I'm not doing that again. I have never been on a cruise, and God willing, I never will. Yeah. Pro tip: never research cruises. Never look into cruises. Okay, sorry about all that. Oh yeah, plane companies are also terrible and awful while we're on the subject. Jesus Christ, the Concordia. I've seen some people do a more humorous take on that. That is to say, try to make it seem less horrible by trying to portray it in a humorous light, because how else can you convey terrible information? But man... Listen, I'm sure that Boeing definitely isn't straight up assassinating people. Surely, right? If I end up dead, you'll know that Boeing assassinated me. Alright, so... let's see. I feel like that's where I want to go. Let's try that out. Yeah, I'll be streaming and then some guy will show up and be like, stab! And it's like, whoa. So all I'm saying is that it's possible that Boeing isn't straight up assassinating people. But the coincidence is a little bit too high for my tastes, you know? If you think I'm joking, by the way, like, look it up. Ah, yep, there he is. Arachnus. Switch to this for no reason. Probably going to enjoy several of the boss fights better in AM2R. That was one of the better parts of AM2R, was the new bosses. Well, the non-Metroid bosses, I should say. That's probably why it has to mean. Yay, spring ball, which I don't really need. But, you know, completion. I do too, Estamine. I think I'm one of the only people who does. Oh, I get it. I was literally just thinking to myself, how could they make that useful in a game where you've got spider climb and ball jumping? Egg on my face. Yeah, I was not a big fan of the final boss of AM2R at all. I apologize to everyone that I am disappointing with that statement. Alright, so we got that. What else is there to do? We're still missing a Metroid. I even know where it is. It's down there somewhere. But I don't know how to go over there. I could warp there. Okay. Let's do that. Let's do that. I mean, someone mentioned, and I think this is likely, it's entirely possible that there was intended to be more polishing past stuff on AM2R, and of course, thanks to Nintendo being Nintendo, that never happened. Probably not, Raven King, no. It's like, statistically speaking, they're probably screwed. Like, in D&D, in Forgotten Realms, if a goblin shows up in town like, "Hi, I'd like a job," they're probably just going to stab him on sight. Yeah, one other aspect of the Metroid setting not existing. There's no geography at all. Which I know sounds weird, but I mean, like, we have planets, and we know certain planets, but no idea how they relate to each other. We don't even know if FTL exists, how FTL exists. Yes, Hades 2 Early Access Zone. And I just lost all of my viewers because they're all going to play that. I don't blame you. Hades 1 was a solid game. No blame, no blame. Ah, yeah, okay, so now I can do this. Got it. Yep. Okay, that's why I couldn't do this last time. We'll see what we think of the Diggernaut when we get there, but I do think there's something else they could have done instead that would have worked better, personally. I don't want to spoil too much, but let's just say it's Space Pirates. Oh, I'm out of missiles. Holy crap. Listen, at this point, I'm not sure Silk Song is coming out. I think we just need to accept that there is no Silk Song, that it was always a scam. Sorry to crush your hopes and dreams. Strong back. Yes, I know, game. Thank you. Half-Life 3 has come out twice now. You kidding me? Debate. See, that's kind of my thought, Arspruce. But then again, I do have a colossal backlog of games to play through, so... As I guess most people do at this point. I'm not in a hurry for games to come out. I got other stuff that I can do in the meantime, you know what I mean? They'll come out when they come out. By the way, hi Tullyzid. Hope your day is going as well as it can. There are 2 MMO expansions coming out this year that I will freely admit I have legitimate excitement for. And I know that sounds such a banal way to put that, but you have to understand that that's not a feeling I've had in a very long time. We talked about that earlier. The last time I really was excited for an expansion was Legion. When did Legion come out? It's been a minute. I was excited for Starfield too. Like an idiot. It's okay. With all the new patch content and the DLC, Starfield might no longer be the second worst game I've ever reviewed. Jesus Christ. Weirdly enough, I didn't have anything going into Endwalker. I know that sounds weird, but Shadow to me was kind of the fluke, you know? So I wasn't excited for Endwalker, I was curious about it. If that makes any sense. Remember, I was not... Walking into Shadow, I was not super sweet on FF14. Sorry. And so, you know, going from Stormblood into Shadow was certainly a huge breath of fresh air. I loved Shadow. It's still the sushi expansion, no question. But going into Endwalker, I was just kind of like, well, I mean, might be good, it might not. I don't know. It had some zigs, it had some zags. Scored better, as it should. Although, I guess I should also mention that I'm also looking forward to the Pandaria remix, which comes out in about a week, I want to say. It's a week or 2 weeks from now, I forget which. My original orc name was Rage Roar. I believe I still have that name reserved, actually. Say something good about Heavensward? That's easy. There's lots of good things about Heavensward. Obviously, the internal politics approach to storytelling is something I approved of. The vast development of culture for Ishgard. The fact that it's a massive sea change for the setting, even though it's kind of a self-contained story that's still true. The boss design started to finally get somewhere. The dungeon design finally started to get somewhere. In fact, I think the primary thing I'd say is that they started really focusing on actually having bosses as one of their main vehicles of gameplay design. Whereas back in ARR, they were still trying to be, and I don't have a better way to put this, wow. They're still trying to be WoW vanilla, specifically. And I've said this before, and I'll say this again, a lot of the meat content of WoW is in the quests, is in the content you do in the overworld. FF14 ARR thus has lots and lots and lots of overworld quests, and they suck. Heavensward still has quite a few, but didn't lean as heavily into it. And by the time you get to Stormblood, they started to realize, okay, yeah, maybe we should just shift away from that. Area 3. Traditionally, I like Area 3. Yeah, Stormblood was when they finally were like, okay, boss design. Stormblood was a really big gameplay push forward for the franchise. Cool. But, like, how do I get across? I mean, I could say which expansion I like the least, because I came up with enumeration for that. But having said that, oh, it doesn't bother me at all, telling you. You'll notice I'm not even doing it. I mean, why would I? I got other stuff to do. Having said that, the expansion I would least like to replay is obviously ARR, followed immediately by Stormblood. Yeah, pretty much the expected answers there, nothing fancy. Yeah, they're very uncontroversial answers. Now, if I need to get controversial, I need to start talking about how Warlords is not a bad expansion. Beam Burst. So this does this. It's my favorite Aeon ability. Actually, I did, Malkaiser. I talked about it on the Discord a bunch. So the worst WoW expansion, unfortunately, I have a very controversial opinion about that, but it's also a very, very boring answer. The worst WoW expansion is BC. Well, Vanilla. So, Vanilla, then BC, then Wrath, and you get it. What do I do about this? Other than melt it with eternal fire. Sorry. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting BFA and Shadowlands exist. They're the ones I'm not sure about. Really. So we'll see. I would say BFA and Shadowlands are definitely below Kata, which also would be below... So, BFA and Shadowlands are below Warlords. They're below the good expansions. I'm not sure where they sit with the bad expansions. Thank you, Catabo. Always appreciate you. Remember, you can put that towards up to 3 things, not just 1. If you don't, then I will put it towards 2 more things. Wahaha. Ha, 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 ha. That's true, Malkaiser. They knew. They knew from Warcraft 3. God. You're gonna lie to me? First of all, don't. The good expansions being Kata, Pandaria, Warlords, and Legion. Those are the good expansions. It's pretty much Kata to Legion. Also Dragonflight. Because I keep forgetting Dragonflight exists. Interesting. So now I gotta be a little more careful with my ion energy, because I finally have something to use it on all the time. That ability is great. Mind me. No. Oh, I have it on. I'm also low in health. Well, it. I also have the wrong thing equipped. Wrath is not what I would call a good expansion, no. It is definitely one of the bad expansions. And yes, I know that I am unusual in that, and I've never changed my mind about that. When I went back through for the lore run, that actually codified for me that Wrath is not that great. Now, will it be a net negative expansion? Probably not. This is still WoW we're talking about here. Wrath is kind of like Metroid 2. Was it good for the time? God, yes. Is it good now? Okay. God, when was the last time I saved? Okay. I know what this is. Well, then I was lying to you, which makes sense, Barton. Because, God, that run was interesting. What did I say back then? Because whatever it was a lie. Wrath sucks. Wrath is garbage. Wrath is trash. And I spit on Wrath, patooey patooey. Oh, yeah. Rapid fire. I should write that down. STO? Oh, the Iconian stuff. 100%. Pretty much the entire Iconian arc. Which, admittedly, actually crosses several arcs. The least negatives? Oh, man. No, I was lying, Spartan. Or just stupid. The Wrath is going to get buried in negatives. God, no. Quest design. World design. Boss design. Individual vehicle design. God, no. No. Oh yeah, the Sisters of Takuba. Ooh. That's the amazingness right there. That right there, so I can notate that. Ahem. So, the Delta Quadrant stuff is definitely really good, to be very clear about that. The thing is, my two picks for the best stuff would probably be either the Iconian stuff, which I just mentioned, or the... Damn, those hurt. Wow! The Iconian stuff or the DS9 stuff would be my two favorites, followed immediately by the Delta stuff. Worth noting, the Delta stuff was the Iconian stuff. Like, that was the Iconian arc, as I just mentioned. The problem with the DS9 stuff, and this really came through to me when we were doing the review run, is the DS9 stuff is really great until the final mission, which just suddenly sucks. Remember that? Like, after a whole thing of, yeah, it's like, it just falls apart. I mean, remember, the WoW lore run, it's like 8 years ago. It's been a minute. I'd like to think I'm a better reviewer since then. If I'm not, I'm probably doing something wrong. The Romulan arc is probably my 4th favorite overall. Ugh, yeah, don't remind me about the hair. Do you know why I had hair? This is just the worst thing. No, this is after that. The reason I had hair was because it... No, not a girlfriend. It was for the legal case I was fighting at the time. See... I was in a rather particular type of district for that court case. The kind of district that would look at you really weird if you told them that you do video games for a living. I should know, because I had to describe what my job was to a judge. And he did not understand at all. I won't recount that story, although it was quite funny. But no, the relevant point here is that it was decided pretty early on that I shouldn't keep shaving because it would make me look more criminal. And to be completely honest, that was probably the right call. You could tell as soon as I got home, because the moment I got home, I shaved. Like, the day I got home, I shaved. For those of you who don't understand, I envy your innocence, to be quite honest with you. That's arguably a good thing, that you don't get it. Well, they knew what I was going to do. Yes, back during the Final Fantasy Marathon, which was the second or third. It was the third major stream I ever did. Sorry, third. Third, like, big scheduled stream I ever did. I had a vote. Should I shave my head completely or leave the hair up? The vote was split completely down the line and was the first canonical time in which you guys had voted for something 50-50, something that would continue to be true for years and years to come, and arguably still is. I actually regretted that for a really long time because I looked really stupid. Yeah, it's pretty much a meme for the channel at this point, that if there's a vote, it'll be split 50-50. Oh yeah, bit of a public service announcement since you just reminded me of it. Obviously, all the old videos have been archived, which means you cannot find them if you're just searching YouTube. That's by design. There are many reasons why they should not be visible on YouTube, mostly because YouTube is a pile of garbage. But you can find them on the website. There's actually an archives page on the website, and all that stuff is still archived there for visibility. Grapple! I figured we were going to get grapple next. What's considered old? Anything before Oblivion is old. Old and dead and crap and junk and garbage. But now we can do stuff like that. ICC, that is to say, Citadel, is probably going to be a positive. It's a good rate, even now. Look, it's not my fault that I'm crap, Savicom. Wait. Actually, I guess that would be directly my fault, wouldn't it? It's my fault that I'm crap, Savicom. Doesn't have the same ring to it. Nice area to get us used to it. And the swing is a lot better than in Super. That's a good question, Estimine. We're very close to the 200s, I believe, with both AM2R and Zero Mission, but I think both of them are just at 200, if I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, 192, there you go. Yeah, unfortunately or otherwise, I think I'm going to get flayed alive, because I'm pretty sure this game will score better than AM2R. Oh my god. I say that as I'm dying horribly. Yeah, we're dead. Time to rage quit. Definitely not just because my food's here. I'll see you guys after lunch.